riding a Moto 3 bike around here, or even a smaller bike, there's a lot of gear changes. Probably north of 20 gear changes a lap. I'm not sure what it'll be. But yeah, certainly even from the end of the straight to the start-finish line here on a small bike, there'd be 4 gear changes. So take into account each corner. You're up and down the gearbox a lot. So there's a lot of work to keep the bike moving at the right trajectory, keep the right momentum through the corners. And they do brake extremely late and carry a lot of corner speed. So quite physical on the body, quite high G-forces on the brakes.
Just a reminder as well that this does include 2 classes. It's the Lights GP and Lights Production. So as the name suggests, we're talking about GP-based bikes versus production-based bikes. So while they're all on track together and will all be racing each other, essentially we do have them split into 2 different categories. And there are trophies for each category. So from what I saw earlier in the day, I'd be thinking, well, Taran Ocean's been the pace setter, but it sounds like his number 1 bike has issues, Rod?
I believe it's done an engine, which is unfortunate. So I think the bike that his Taran Ocean is on track. He's just on the siding lap here, going down through the S's at the bottom of the hill. But yeah, not sure who lent him the bike, but yeah, he's back on track.
Is that the bike he was on in the last race?
I'm not sure. I think it's a different one.
So that's going to be interesting.
Not sure. Couldn't tell you.
And of course, yeah, that leaves the question mark over Reece Tan, who was the race winner from this morning's sprint race. Is he the man who will lead the field to the flag?
I do know the bike that Taran jumped on after his expiry of the main bike, it didn't have it had a cold front tyre, so hence why we were seeing him get stronger towards that race with Reece. But it certainly in the first few laps he had a very, very little grip in the front end. So this race here is a totally different kettle of fish to an 8-lap sprint. Basically, no time to back off on this. It's still it's like a Grand Prix, a GP. It's a 20-lap sprint.
I was trying to think of who the production favourite would have to be. Isaac Simmons looking pretty strong, I'd imagine. David Coward should put in a good showing, and so too David Dick on the Prio RS250.
Yes. Of course, Chloe Honeychurch is doing the 2-hour, so she's sitting this one out, but she's been factoring very strongly on the Ninja 400 in the other sprint races this weekend. So in the starters' hands, we're seeing the red flag coming in. We're looking for the lights on the tower. The red lights are on. And we're away. The 20-lapper.
Yeah, great start from Taran Ocean. Reece Tan, not too bad. It's a longish race, so he'll be happy to settle in behind Taran Ocean into second place. Looks like Isaac Simmons up there into 4th.
And Mark de Jong is out there.
Is that David Coward maybe in 3rd? Can't quite pick that up at this stage.
It appears to be. Yes, looks like David Coward and Isaac Simmons right behind him. You're mentioning Mark Mark de Jong maybe sitting this one out, but he is out there, which is great to see.
Yeah, see how the body holds up. As I said, he's finding it pretty tough in the last one. That was only an 8-lap sprint, so this one 20 laps. Mark,
yeah, it's quite a long race.
It is, but he's already made a move down there into Suckers. So the mind saying one thing, the body might be saying it's something different. Reece Tan right on the back wheel of Taran Ocean as they entered the chute for the first time.
Yeah, Reece Tan is on his normal bike, so he's got a massive advantage. Taran Ocean on a different bike that he's normally used to riding. Little things in the setup could be different. All sorts of small things can just upset the rider's rhythm, Chris, trying to get used to a different bike.
That's exactly right. It's going to be interesting, the battle for first place in the production class. Isaac Simmons currently leading that, but he has David Coward right behind him. So if David can just bridge that little 1-second gap, he might be able to hold on to Isaac, get a bit of a tow. Both on the same machine, make of machine.
Both on KTMs. Great little race bike, the 390. Very affordable way to go racing.
It's going to be very interesting to see what Reece Tan does here, and so too Taran Ocean, extremely experienced on these bikes. But
it's like you're talking about Reece Tan's bike looks like it's got the legs down the straight here.
Yeah, well, he certainly had the pace in the prior race, but as you said, swapping machines will cost you a bit of time. This is certainly where the contest for the outright win will be, by the looks of it. David Cow just dropping off a little bit on Isaac Simmons. This is the time he's going to have to dig deep before he loses the toe. Move from, who's that? Is that David Dick maybe? Just down through the S's. It looks like it is, yes.
Yeah, there's Marek in there. Mark de Jong climbing all over the back of Marek.
How long is Mark going to hold up before the body lets out?
Well, he'll have a fair bit of adrenaline, as you do when you're in the heat of battle with racing, so that'll keep him going for a while. But while he's in that group, I don't think he'll have a problem. But if he gets out on your own, though, Chris, as you know, your mind starts wandering and you start feeling all types of pains in various places. So, no change at the front?
No, the leader's lapping it around about a flat minute. Just see if there's an update on that. Yep, still like 60.07, 60.2 from Reece Tan. So I'd be thinking that at the moment Reece is just letting the race run down a bit and keeping Taryn in sight. But somebody with Taryn's speed and experience, you don't want to let him get away.
No, definitely not. Just looking back in the field, there's a lot of shuffling going on there. Mark de Jong there. He was at the back of that group on the previous lap. Now he's in second in that group. David Dick ahead of him.
I think
David Cowd there behind him, and Marek Batouche there bring up the back of that four-way battle.
David Coward lost a position there. I wonder if he had a moment. Maybe it's just David Dick coming through on him.
David's at the front of that group with Mark de Jong here right on the back of the RS250. No shortage of horsepower on that RS250 production bike.
No.
The challenge for the lead here too, Chris. Got,
yes.
Oh, no, Reece Tan is...
Oh, that's tragic.
Challenging for the position there with Taryn Ocean. He's just unfortunately tucked the front there through turn one.
I think he actually fell off on the grass in the end. Mark de Jong passing under a yellow flag by the looks of that. That won't help Mark's chances. Reece Tan's going to be so disappointed with that.
Yeah, very disappointed. The question will be, I guess, whether they feel that bike is in a safe enough position. But that'll entail the rest of the race to run with a wave yellow there at turn one. So a great passing opportunity taken out of the race.
Yeah, it certainly is. So I think that was from an attempted overtake that eventually went wrong. Is that right, Rod?
Yes. Yep. I think Taryn Ocean just coming through now is just rolling through quite slowly there. He's having a bit of a look to see if the race is continuing. He just rolled off and sat up and had a look out into the paddock, and he saw his mate's bike there, so he knows that he's out there on his own. I think Taryn, the way he's going at the moment, Chris, Taryn, I think he's expecting a red flag, but he's just rolling around. Got around a 15 second gap on the rest of the field, so yeah, it's sad to see that we've lost a great battle at the front.
Isaac Simmons starting to get a sizable gap too, particularly in the production class. After Isaac, it's back to David Dick on the RS250 Aprilia.
Mark de Jong, Mustard, right behind him. Taryn Ocean there, just coming through again. Almost catching lap traffic. We've got Christian Riley there. He's bringing up the rear of the field. So the race leader just about to put a pass on Christian. He's just seeing the blue flags.
Mark de Jong on the back wheel of David Dick, I think it is. Now, this is interesting. Isaac Simmons, the production leader, is going to be coming under pressure from David Dick before too much longer by the looks of it.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on the gap. Isaac did have a fairly sizable distance between them. But I think the main protagonist for this, for probably outright second is going to be Mark de Jong. He's going to know that he's in with a great chance of picking up a podium here. Currently sitting in fourth, Mark de Jong, and he's a smart enough guy to know that he's got a great opportunity to stand on the podium.
14 laps to go. His body might have a different idea on that. He was certainly second guessing whether or not he should get into this race.
Good to see the fallen bike there has been picked up and taken away. So we're back to racing as per normal. So green flag there into turn one.
So Isaac Simmons back to David Dick, 2.6 seconds. Let's keep an eye on that gap, because that's outright honours in production class.
It's coming down considerably, actually.
Good to see Larry Eaton out there, despite his...
The other thing I just noticed on the timing, Chris, too, is there's Mark de Jong must have copped it. Oh, I'd say that's for passing on the yellow.
Yes, it would be.
Yeah, he's got a 10-second penalty for passing on the yellow
Yeah,
flag.
have a bike run off there up at the top of the S's, just trying to pick up who that is.
Yeah, it's a bit far from me to see. You've got the binoculars. Looks a bit like a production KTM, but
it is a KTM. I just can't pick up the number. You probably might get it on the timing screen by now.
Not Larry Eaton, is it?
It could be. Yes, it is. So I'm not sure what happened there. Now we've got David Dick very close to the back of Isaac Simmons now. David's still holding Mark de Jong at bay, so Isaac trying to squeeze up the inside of Larry Eaton. Want to be careful there.
He's going to make a move now into Calvin's. That will give him a small bit of breathing room. But David Dick looking very strong on that Aprilia RS250. It's got good speed down the back straight here. Mark de Jong there in the mix, and Marek Bertouche there also closed up. It's going to be a good battle for second place here. Throw a blanket over these four, Chris. Any one of these four is capable of taking second position.
Yeah, now Mark was saying that he's having problems changing gear. I just noticed he was looking a bit uncomfortable trying to grab another gear at the top of the sweeper there. So keep an eye on Mark. That's if his body's going to be hurting, it's in the cramping in the left leg and changing gear.
And there's a lot of gear changes on that little bike.
And can Isaac Simmons respond? So it was Larry Eaton just re-entering the pits.
Coming in.
He's going to be certain by now that he prefers a motard.
It's like something amiss. He's pointing to somewhere down in the foot peg there on the left-hand side. Bike looks to be in good condition. I don't say it doesn't look like it's been down on the ground. So I dare say a mechanical issue. And here we've had a pass for second place.
So what's Isaac Simmons going to do about this?
Mark de Jong there looking to go around the outside of Isaac, or maybe on the inside into turn two.
Yeah, so that's not going to help Isaac's chances for the production win. Now he's got another bike between himself and David Dick.
They are Mark de Jong is in a different category to the other two bikes around him, but also with a penalty. So that'll actually put Marek Bertouche ahead of Mark de Jong. Comes our leader again, Taran Ocean, just heading over the start-finish line. He's got a very comfortable lead here. He's out to probably close to 30-second gap over the rest of the field.
Not much in it between the Aprilia and the Moto3 bike of Mark de Jong down the straight. Very similarly matched for speed. Isaac Simmons getting nice drive from the bigger four-stroke. So this hopefully is going to be a battle to go down to the last lap. be guessing Isaac's picked his pace up a little bit since the others have joined him.
Yeah, no doubt. Sorry, just had a bit of a water spillage here in the commentary box. But yes, Isaac appears to have picked up the pace now. He's been passed. He's all over the back of Mark de Jong. Going into Suckers. Taran Ocean just picking his way through the field here into turn 1. Wouldn't be surprised if he almost laps right back through to this group in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Yeah, I'm sure Reece Tan's going to be kicking himself with Taran being forced to change bikes before the event. There was a big opportunity there for Reece. I've no doubt. Oh, is Isaac Simmons back past Mark de Jong?
He is, and he's just now going back past. He's had a breather. He's going back past David Dick.
Wow!
So that was a bit of a wake-up call before. He's like, I've been passed. I'm going to light the fire on the belly, and then Mark de Jong ran the outside of both of them. As we go down through the sweep. Mark de Jong, what a move! There's a long way around, but he's pulled that move off fantastically well.
Well, maybe he's had a breather as well.
Well, he's got a 10-second penalty to make up, so maybe Mark's going to put his head down, try to get away.
He wouldn't know that.
He wouldn't know that he's got a 10-second penalty. Here comes Taran Ocean again, crossing the line. 7 laps remaining.
Sure, bodies are starting to hurt a bit by now. It's longer than they're used to. And it's a different mindset as well, isn't it, Rod? Once you get outside your regular 8 laps.
It is. And now we've got Mark de Jong's moved into 2nd. So he's decided he's going to light the fire. We did know he moved into 2nd, but I thought he might have got shuffled back again down through Suckers and Calvin's.
He hasn't shaken off 2nd and 3rd, or Isaac and David yet. Maybe trying to get up there. He is good on corner entry.
Looks like he's starting to put a small gap on 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, and Marek not being dropped off either. In fact, he's looking like he's getting a bit quicker. Certainly the way it's looking, Mark de Jong's going to be happy that he decided to do the race.
Extremely happy, and then you'll see he's got a 10-second penalty, but he'll still be on the podium. This is a decent gap back to the next.
Overtake. David Dick on Isaac Simmons. You don't want to hesitate a moment, do you?
No, that's this is for honours for these two in production.
Yeah, this is the P1.
P1 for production bikes, and Isaac Simmons looking up the inside of David Dick into turn 1. They're going to go in side by side. David holds great track position there, great lines. It's going to make him work for it, Chris. He's going to have to dig deep here. Mark de Jong there, he is starting to stretch them out. He's putting a small gap on the other 3 bikes. He's got that out to probably a 1.5 seconds now, maybe 2 seconds.
He's got to maintain that for another 6 laps though. So if fatigue starts to factor into it, the other guys might catch him up.
Taran Ocean opened a lap very comfortably. He's running around the flat minutes, 60.9 on the last one. That's all he needs to do, really. He doesn't have to push too hard, just has to bring it home. So it's a real shame we've lost that battle at the front.
Isaac Simmons looking...
Again to have another go at David Dick here around the sweeper.
Not close enough that time.
And he's got a little bit hot in there. He's a little bit wide into turn 1 that time, Isaac. He got in a little bit hot and outbraked himself.
Good battle as well between Garth Newton and Hans Dadson, just coming onto the back straight at the moment. Hans putting in a good ride here this weekend. He's coming over the hump. That one will be pretty close, both production bikes. Isaac Simmons all over the back wheel of David Dick. This one is going to go down to the wire, you'd think.
I thought Garth Newton was on a little cheap Moto 3 bike, actually.
Bike number 2, I think it is.
Yeah, a little NSF Honda, 250.
So Hans Stetson doing a great job on the KTM RC390 to hang on to him.
Here comes second, third, fourth, and fifth again. Once again, no change here between the 4 bikes. Looks like, if anything, the gap that Mark de Jong had eked out, looks like David Dix closed that down a fraction.
Like I said, I wonder if fatigue is starting to take its toll on Mark. He's 16 laps in. He's got to be hurting.
Yes. Taran Ocean just coming over the line again, so 3 laps to go. 60.54 on the last lap across for Taran, so he's just doing what he needs to do to circulate to keep it safe. We've seen Taran run into the 57s, 58s when pushed. He's just rolling around. He knows he's got a very big margin back to second place. It's like Hans Stats actually closed up on Garth Newton here. Chris over the line.
Yeah. A bit of lap traffic for David Dick and Isaac Simmons. Are they going to get through cleanly?
That's Christian Riley.
Well, we need to be careful. Oh, gee, it's getting pretty busy. Merrick on, but 2 squeezes through on the outside. Oh, that's not what you want. Both riders going both sides of Christian Riley. It got very, very tight.
It got very messy. There's our race leader, Taran Ocean.
And Isaac Simmons didn't fare well out of that. He actually lost quite a bit of ground to David Dick and a position to Marek von Batouche.
It hasn't hurt him in outright position in production, but it has made the job of potentially winning production quite a bit more difficult. He's probably back a second and a half now on David Dick, and the way David's been riding, he's going to have to dig very deep if he's going to try to get that first position production win.
So with only a couple of laps remaining, interesting to see if Mark de Jong can maintain the stamina for 2 more laps. Isaac Simmons looking down the back of Marek.
He's getting the signal from down in the pits. There's 2 to go, so I'm sure Mark de Jong will be very pleased to see that number 2 held up. And Taran Ocean now, he's just coming around now to take the last lap board.
Hard to not look at the battle between David Dick and Marek and Isaac Simmons. Just going up over Stuckers at the moment. See if anything Isaac can do about it.
I think the biggest thing to look at here at the finish line will be whether Mark de Jong has got more than a 10-second gap over Marek, because Marek is also on Isaac Simmons having a dip on the brakes here, moving ahead. He's looking favourably at trying to catch David Dick.
If he gets a good run through the sweeper, there's still a good chance of picking up the production win here. He knows it's the last lap. What can he do?
Looking for our race leader to come around to take the checker flag. Here comes Taran Ocean, who's rode very well, coming around to take the checker for the 20-lapper.
Absolutely dominated. A very, very good victory there for Taran Ocean.
Oh, let's pick up our battle for second. And Isaac Simmons here. David Dick and Isaac Simmons halfway up the hill going to Suckers. Isaac Simmons he's reduced that gap considerably. He's down to a couple of bike lengths.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a lunge under brakes at the end of the back straight here.
I think he's going to have a go. He knows it's the last lap. And he knows that the bike ahead of him is a production bike, so he's going to have a go if he wants to take that victory. Here we go.
He's certainly close enough.
Just don't break, young fella. Here we go. Well, he's having a look on the brakes, having a decent look up the inside, and he's going to now try to run around the outside.
Oh, he's off.
No, he's off. That's a real shame.
He actually held on to it through the dirt.
Wow, I had just Isaac, jeez. Amazing to stay upright there. It's not a good place to run off. You did a great job to keep that upright, Chris. Amazing.
I've rarely seen that happen. But points for trying. Wow, what a finish.
Wow. It's not actually going to, in actual, where he's going to finish, he's still going to finish second in production. So I think he was eyeing off that first place though in production and just Just bit off a bit more he could chew on that corner.
Well, he had some good speed up. I think if he hadn't run off, there's every chance he would have picked up the win. Some pretty hot-looking faces coming back in.
Absolutely. It's going to be the 2-hour competitors. When you do the pit stops, there'll be some very painful-looking faces.
And legs. We know what that feels like. It's very hard after you've been folded up on a bike for an hour to support yourself when you stand up.
Almost, well, I find it almost impossible. You'd be the same with your long legs, Chris, being tall like myself. Getting off the race bike after a long stint can be pretty hard on the legs.
Pretty happy Mark de Jong there. I think that he finished the race, but also finished second.
Tony Oliver there flagging for the pit entry, giving some advice to young Isaac there after his off-track adventures on the last lap.
Certainly getting towards the business end now, Rod.
Well, that was an eventful race, but real pity at the front that the two protagonists that were going to fight it out for the win had that little coming together. It saw a great battle between Mark de Jong, Isaac Simmons, David Dick, and Marek Matoush all the way through that race.
Such a shame for Reece Tan, but as we've seen time and time again, these races create these incidents because of the pressure. People do want to win them. They're a high-profile event.
No doubt down in pit lane right now there'll be some fairly nervous riders thinking about their race strategy and plans to effectively tackle this race coming up, the 2-hour race, feature race for the day.
Yeah, just looking at the time, 1:52. That means 8 minutes to the start of the 2023 Motorworks Bridgestone 2-hour.
This marks the 9th running of this event. First kicked off here at Baskerville in 2014. Just looking down in pit lane, if you can see Mark de Jong, who's rode a fantastic race there. He's just climbed off the bike and now he's pretty much stuck on the ground. He's very, I think the body said enough.
But delighted as well.
He's got a very big smile on his face. Rode very, very well. It's a pity about the 10-second penalty. It's very easy to miss a flag when you're in the heat of battle.
Absolutely. And now he's got pit crew duties for Jeremy Huddleston and Damien Forbes. So full day for Mark.
Yep, good ride, Mark. Pity didn't see the yellow flag at turn 1. But you still rode very well. Just giving us the signal from down in the pits. He's got a big beaming smile on his face. He looks very hot.
It's like he's ready to do a 2-hour.
Yeah, the 2-hour event's very physically demanding. Anyone who's ridden or raced, especially riding bikes is easy. Racing bikes is a little bit different. And riding any race bike around here for 2 hours or doing an hour stint, depending how your strategy is. Because we do have some solo competitors. That's going to be extremely tough, mentally and physically.
Definitely both. With the 5 minutes before the next race, why don't we just have a very quick break here, Rod? So we're back ready for 2 hours of race commentary. Looking forward to this. All right, bikes starting to make their way out. You see some bikes actually doing the siding lap, other bikes being wheeled out. Reason for that is that some of the bigger bikes, the litre bikes, fuel economy comes down to the last few mils in the tank, so they're conscious of even saving one lap worth of fuel. Bike 40, looking to take up position 2 on the grid. Damien Fould's one of the riders there. Now, I think from what Jeremy Huddleston told us this morning, Jeremy's actually riding first.
Yes, that's the information Jeremy relayed on to us.
Shiny new tyres on all the bikes because this is a very, very tough event on tyre wear.
Especially on a 1000cc bike. There's so much more power and torque than the 600cc machines here.
As you said before, Rod, we've seen bikes finish with steel belts showing through.
We've seen people not finish with tyres going down as well, and yeah, very tough on everything: tyres, bikes, riders, mentally, physically. We've seen people run out of fuel with a lap or two to go. So, as you said, Chris, the fuel strategy can be right down to that last lap.
Yeah, a lot of thought goes into the preparation for the lead teams. As I said, they've calculated fuel economy often down to the last few mils, but you can't always simulate fuel economy in a race. You can come out and practice all you like, but you can't anticipate what lapping traffic will do to your fuel economy, your tyre wear, and even fatigue on the body. One thing everyone agrees on, to win this race, you need to be well prepared and you need to execute it well.
Yeah, it takes a fair bit of planning. You need to do a consumption test on your bike at race pace, at simulated race pace at least. So you've got a fair idea exactly how many mils per lap your bike's going to use, and they do vary from brand to brand and the state of tune. We know that the bike there in certainly P1, that's fairly high state of tune. Certainly a lot of those superbike engines are. And yeah, they can use up to half a litre a lap on some of the more powerful bikes.
And of course, that bike in P1, it was not the bike they were planning on doing the event on, so they haven't done a lot of prep work on that for endurance running. So they'll be running a little bit blind on strategy, but that's what this event throws up. Every year there's issues that people don't anticipate, and that's what everyone loves about it. You never know who's going to win until the very last lap.
We also need a bike that's going to start. We've got a Le Mans style start, and we've seen bikes before. You've jumped on the bike and then it doesn't go. So lots of different variables.
Yeah, or you can't even hear if your bike's going because you're surrounded by other bikes that are firing up.
Well, we'll just quieten down and listen to for the horn and the start. Rightio, sprint across the track, and bikes are starting up, and hopefully you don't crash off the start line getting too excited on the throttle.
Yeah, you need to be very careful not to collect somebody as you pull out from the Armco, but it is Matthew Long on the 600 who's first away. Brett Simmons right behind him. I think that's Oscar O'Donovan behind Brett Simmons from Brad Hughes. Oh, there's a Huddleston on a shiny new tyre, high sides at the bottom of the S's.
That is not the start that Jeremy was hoping for.
Unbelievable, and that, again, is what this event produces, the unexpected.
Well, cold tyres, unfortunately.
Red-hot favourites for the event out on the first couple of laps. Sorry, corners. He will be devastated. Change of position at the front. Oscar O'Donovan managed to get past Brett Simmons. But of course, Brett thinking endurance, not sprint.
Yes, you've got to manage yourself as much as your bike and your tyres and your fuel. There's a long way to go. We've typically seen in the past, Chris, at this race, riders go out like it's a sprint race for the first 10 or 12 laps, but very soon you will be reminded that there's a long way to go.
Yeah, 100%. It's a bit hard to get your mind out of that sprint race mentality. Just looking at Jezza Huddleston at the bottom of the S's there, he's back on the bike. I can't imagine it's going to be race worthy because it did take a bit of a whack, but if he can make his way back to pit lane, oh, that's just devastating.
Yes, absolutely devastating.
He's away.
He has got it going, so anyway, back to the leaders. Oscar O'Donovan heading around the chute. Brett Simmons in second on hot pursuit. Brad Hughes moved into third position now. Matthew Long, the first of the 600 riders.
And Matt Tooley, I think, is worth watching. He's been getting quicker all weekend. And he likes his endurance racing.
He does. And Jonathan Hughes there on the Triumph 675. He's the second runner in the 600 Supersport category. He's also doing it solo.
Jeremy Huddleston just coming onto the back straight, limping back. He will, of course, need to go back into the pits and be re-scrutineered, but it'd be just fantastic if he can get back on track. Leaders coming past Jeremy at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Brett Simmons is happy just to sit there and tail Oscar for a while. It's a long, long race, and there's no points for going too hard too soon. So Jezza has made it back to the pits. That is absolutely great to see. As I said, he's going to have to go back into the pits and have this re-scrutineered, but just so good to think that he might still be a chance in this race.
Yeah, it's checking the timing with Brett Simmons in second on track. It's showing Brett Simmons in position 8, so not sure what's going on there. Oscar O'Donovan 55 flat on the previous lap. Looks like Oscar O'Donovan here, Chris, his style there, elbow dragging almost as he comes through the chute there.
Just looking at lap times, 54.5 from Oscar O'Donovan, so he's treating this 100% as a sprint race. That's almost PB time, I think, isn't it, for Oscar?
No, low 54.
So 54.4 is not low?
54.2, I think, is his PB. So almost knocking on the door. I know he's been putting a lot of training in for this event. He's doing it solo, so it's going to really test him out. So far, riding very well, but very early days in the race. Only 5 laps down. Typically, we see around 130 to 134 laps, somewhere around that sort of mark. So there's a long way to go.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Brett Simmons plays this. He's no doubt capable of getting past Oscar and going quicker, but he's very mindful of the fact that it's an endurance race. So will he try and build a buffer over Oscar for change of bike over to Kyle Buckley? Kyle obviously very capable of going quickly as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how this race plays out.
It certainly will be. Kyle, talking to Kyle before, he hasn't ridden a race bike for a little while, so he's feeling a bit of pain from the riding so far this weekend.
And he's had 3 different bikes to ride this weekend, so not at all easy, and he's not familiar with this bike that he's about to jump on.
But anyway, there's no point worrying about it. He's got to get on and do the job. Looks like Brett Simmons has just closed up a little bit there on Oscar O'Donovan on their last lap.
Yeah, 54.6 from Oscar that time through.
It's still showing Brett Simmons down in P8, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
So the Jeremy Hollis and Damien Ford's machine work being undertaken. Changing a rear wheel. Looks like a little bit of work around the handlebars. It's good to see scrutineers are there, so we'll make sure it's safe before it's back on track. But hopefully it means they can rejoin the race.
Yes, a lot of work to... no doubt they're trying to get that fixed as quickly as possible. It is a long race, anything can happen.
Brad Hughes on bike 111 just crossing the line. Brad riding solo. I know we say it repeatedly, but I don't know how he does it. I think it's a challenge that he actually takes on and enjoys. But
yeah, Oscar, leader of the race so far, Oscar O'Donovan also doing it solo. There's still some issues on our timing screen here. It is still Brett Simmons who is in second, but on our screen here shown in P8.
Jeremy Huddleston heading back on track. Cost them, what is it, about 7 minutes. But definitely still capable of working themselves back into a position. Now, Matthew Long leading Matt Tooley. I know they're in different categories, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Matt go past. He's on the 1,000. But Matt Long, very experienced in the 2 hour now. I think he win it with Marcus Delaney or not?
I believe so. Yeah, I think they have had a victory here before. Big difference in horsepower there, looking at the two bikes heading up the hill.
Brett Simmons now all over the back of Oscar O'Donovan. I think he's probably looking to go through here shortly.
It is a long race. I just, you've got to, I guess, weigh up, is it worth going through? I don't think they can both run this pace for the next 40 minutes. At some point, they're going to have to take tyre conservation and fuel conservation into consideration.
Well, and body conservation, because obviously Oscar's doing the solo, and running that sort of pace for 2 hours is going to be very taxing, if not impossible.
What do we know, Chris? We're a couple of old blokes now.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He might be able to do it.
He's young and fit. He's been training very hard for this event.
Unfortunately, the Huddleston machine back in the pits. One thing Brett may be happy to do is just keep a bit of pressure on Oscar and maybe force a mistake. Chloe Honeychurch just crossing the line, about to be overtaken by the lead group, or the lead pair, I should say. Oscar O'Donovan up the inside of Chloe. Brett not getting the
same welcome.
Nah, timing just wrong, but he's okay. He knows how you can't rush these overtakes in a long race like this. You've got to bide your time and be patient.
There's plenty of time left. We've seen in the past riders do some panic, I guess you could say a panic overtake when they haven't really needed to and have come unstuck. So you've got to really ride your strategy.
Yeah, that's definitely the truth, Rod. You've got to remember your strategy. You've got to make time count where you should and where you need to, and be safe at times as well.
I guess what we'll see on the timing is if Oscar's starting to get a little bit tired, the times will come back. A 55 flat for the last lap for Oscar. Brett Simmons on the last lap, we knew he was held up there a little bit, 55.49. So if timing's been sorted, we're now showing Brett Simmons in second position. Brad Hughes, his best race lap so far. In fact, it's not showing best lap once again on the timing, but on the last stripe for Brad in P3 of 56.29. Matthew Tooley has moved into fourth. His best lap on lap 9 was a 56.51, so he's running around at the moment in the mid-57s, which is probably where you need to be to conserve fuel and tyre wear.
Oscar O'Donovan still just in front of Brett Simmons.
$54.39. So Oscar's not backing off at all.
No, not at all.
$54.89, sorry. Still very, very competitive.
Damien Fords, I think it is. Yes, it is. Damien out on the R1 that Jeremy Huddleston just jumped off. Matt Tooley now past Matthew Long. 1000cc versus 600cc, of course, but Matt's starting to pull away. I was saying before that he loves his endurance racing, and visiting here this weekend from Melbourne and absolutely loving the event. Can't wait to come back next year, which is great to hear.
Jonathan Hughes there he's the second of the 600 runners behind Matthew Long. So Jonathan did a 57.4 there. That's his fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. He's got around about a 8 or 9 second gap between Matthew Long. So I guess that's going to be the battle for the $600.
First 2 hour for Chloe Honeychurch, riding with her dad Scott.
Yeah, great effort.
It's a huge effort.
I was talking to them last night before leaving the circuit, and I did say it's a great thing to see a daughter and father team effort.
Certainly the first.
Probably definitely the first for this event, but I wonder how many father-daughter endurance race team efforts there's been around Australia. She'd have to be one of the fastest young ladies in Australia.
Oh, without a doubt. And a little bit of pride you can see in Scott's eyes, as he should be. She rides very, very well.
No change at the front. Leaders just going over suckers now at the top of the hill. Still Oscar O'Donovan about a tenth ahead of Brett Simmons.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what Brett's thinking. He'll be thinking 100% strategy and what he needs to do to win this race with Kyle Buckley. There are a few options there, of course. You know, he can get in front of Oscar and see if he can stretch him and force him into a mistake. But that's not to say Oscar's going to take the bait on that either.
They're still running in the 54s. Very, very competitive times.
Yeah, they're just coming up behind Simon Price, I think it is, on bike 51, is it? Yes, it is. ZX10.
So 16 laps in. Still running in the mid to high 54s, so very competitive times. I think last year we saw a similar thing from Mike Jones. He ran very competitive times around the first 25 laps.
Yeah, even quicker than this. I think he was in the threes.
He was in the threes, he was. Oscar O'Donovan there, and Brett Simmons is passing Simon Price there, putting a lap on him. No problem getting through. Just ahead of him on track now, John O'Hughes on the Triumph 675. No doubt Jonathan Hughes has got his eyes open for Matthew Long, who's just a little bit ahead of him on track.
Yeah, Matty Long being the first of the 600s. We just crossed the 15-minute mark, so starting to get into the unfamiliar territory for a lot of riders. Now we run up to typically 10-lap sprint races, so we often say, Rod, that for a sprint race you can afford to be 100% effort and pretty much tensed up, but your body soon starts to tell you that you can't do that for 2 hours.
No. And once again, the leaders threading their way through some lap traffic. No problem there. Oscar O'Donovan, Brett Simmons right on his curtails now as they head round the sweeper. You might probably wonder what Brett's thinking here, Chris. Oscar's riding very well.
Oh, look, we know Brett's absolutely capable of going through. If this was a sprint race, he would have put a move on before now. He's well and truly capable of lapping into the threes or even twos, as we've seen. So he's playing 100% strategy. I'm not sure what that is. But also, as I was saying before, the planned race bike was not this bike. So they probably don't have a well-considered race plan.
No, this bike hasn't been actually entered in the 2-hour race before. So this is the first time the number one Honda has been entered in the 2-hour event. Certainly done the sprint races in the past, but typically that bike of Brett's, or the number one Honda plate bike, is just used for sprint racing and the state championship rounds.
And one advantage that Brett is picking up is it can be easier just to be towed around by another rider psychologically. It's you don't have to use as much focus. So he might decide to get a few laps while Oscar's lapping as fast as he is. It's very hard to say. I'll be interested to talk to Brett after the event and see what he was thinking. Through on Matty Long under brakes. Yeah.
Just putting Matthew Long a lap down now.
Yeah, Matty doing a solo ride this year. So he'll also be thinking about looking after his body. Of course, the 600s will get through on one pit stop, 1000s 2 pit stops. We were saying though, Rod, you get out of that sprint race zone and you do start to change the way you ride at this point in the race. You start to relax a little bit more and get into a bit of a groove, and the laps do start to sort of tick away without you really noticing as much as you may in a sprint race.
Just looking at the Huddleston bike there, it just looks like they've got a mechanical issue.
Yeah.
Like Damien Fords has just had to pull to the outside of the track there.
I saw Matt Tooley slowing up, but he's just giving way to the leaders, I think. Yeah, I think they've got a problem as a result of that spill from Jesuit on lap 1.
Just looking at that 600 battle, it appears to be, looking at Matthew Long and Jono Hughes. Jono seems to be just ever so slightly getting a little bit closer to the front of that battle.
Both boys riding solo, so that's going to be a really interesting contest.
Well, that last lap, Jonathan Hughes is probably knows he's ahead of him. That was his fastest lap of the race so far. So 20 laps down, he's put in his PB on the race. He did a 57 flat. Matthew Long ahead of him was a 57.94, so 9/10 quicker on that last lap.
Just noticed Brad Hughes on bike 111. Looks like his drink hose has come loose and just waving around on the left-hand side of his arm. So that, while it's not a threat to his event, it certainly takes away some of the comfort of being able to have a drink while you're riding. It's pretty thirsty work out there.
Yes. Riders be very hot and sweaty by now. These bikes, especially the leading two bikes and all the 1000cc bikes, extremely fast in acceleration, extremely hard on the arms when you're braking.
Yeah, you see that hose flapping on the side of Brad Hughes' arm.
Oh yes, the camelbacks come loose.
So the lead pair just at the end of the back straight. Oscar O'Donovan still with Brett Simmons hard on his back wheel. The pit board saying +0.
Damien Fords.
Still pointing towards the rear of the bike as if there's a rear tyre issue. Mark de Jong doing the spanner work. I'm sure that's the last thing he was to do after the lights 20.
Yeah, he's down there working away feverishly.
Chloe Honeychurch doing a great job. 8th place outright. And that will make her 3rd of the 600s. The lead is just going through 55.4, 55.4, or 3.6 for Brett, so essentially a 4. So the pace has dropped off a little.
About half a second a lap, which is to be expected. We're on 24, 25 laps in on the tyres, also on the rider. So it's quite warm out there today, warm enough certainly to get very hot.
Brad Hughes lapping around the flat 6s. Sounds like it's slow relative to what the leaders are doing, but try and do that for 2 hours. It also may mean that he can get through on one pit stop, so that'll be a great strategy and achievement for Brad. That'll certainly have him figuring in the results at the end of the race.
Yes, we haven't touched on the leading two bikes. One is a Kawasaki ZX10, Oscar O'Donovan's piloting, and Brett Simmons on a Honda CBR 1000. So no doubt the bikes use fuel differently. They have different setups on the engine and different mappings, different states of tune. So not sure which one is the most economical out of the two. Probably looking at the way they go, they're very similar in pace. You'd imagine the fuel consumption would be similar, but you never know.
I'd be guessing they're both going to comfortably get through with 2 pit stops, so it probably makes it less important I know the R1s are very thirsty and only just get through on 2 pit stops. So unless that's an issue for these 2 bikes, then I'd be expecting to see them pit at around about the 50-minute mark for fuel.
Coming up on Chloe Honeychurch, I think, again.
I think they came up behind Chloe at the same part of the track last time through. Yep, Brett Simmons
just got parked there in the mid corner at the top of the hill.
Wisely rolled out of it just to make sure it's safe. He knows all too well how easily things can go wrong in this race. You've got to think about all your overtakes and get to the end of the race. If you're going to start sprinting and taking risks, it's got to be towards the end. You've got to make it to the end.
One thing we have noticed twice now when Brett's been pushed back a little bit by the lap traffic, he's able to get back onto the rear end of Oscar O'Donovan quite easily. As we can see there, he's now back to where he was in the previous lap.
And that would be David Bartels. They're coming up behind. That's a Honda CBR 600. Very experienced pit crew for David this weekend. Usually it's in the form of Jason Spencer. Jason usually out there running around in the 2 hour. Last year he was teamed with Ted Collins. And came very, put in a strong showing, just let down at the very end by his tyre wear. Ended with some steel belt showing through. Jason, a previous race winner on a 600 here, actually. That is outright winner on a 600. So he certainly knows his way around this circuit and knows the 2 hour event very well.
Just seeing Scott Honeychurch there. Chris walking back through the pit, looking very casual in his civvies.
Looks like still got problems for the number 40 machine. Damien Ford just coasting down through the S's there at the moment. So obviously all hopes of a result have gone for them now. Clearly they're just wanting to be part of the race, and we all want them to be part of the race.
I'll tell you what we have missed is Jonathan Hughes has caught and passed Matthew Long. So Jonathan Hughes was around 5 or 6 seconds back at one stage from Matty Long. Now he's ahead of him by about a second or so.
Just looking at Damien Ford's here, I think he's going to have to park the R1 by the looks of it. Oh no. Looks like he's running again. I thought the bike had stopped. It looked like he's trying to roll start it.
He's definitely got some electrical gremlins or something. He's got the leg out, signalling the other riders.
Yeah, the leader's coming through, but Damien, an experienced racer, he'll know to stay clear. Well clear, actually, as you can see.
No change at the lead. Just look at our Oscar O'Donovan just coming onto the back straight now through Calvin's. Locked together the whole race, these two, Brett Simmons and Oscar O'Donovan.
Yeah, last time through 55.8, so back into the fives, about what you'd expect. That 54 pace is very, very hard to maintain.
Just looking for the Damien Fools bike. Jeremy Huddleston bike. Looks like he's coming into the pits again.
Jonathan Hughes just coming up behind Matt Tooley now.
Jonathan Hughes, Chris, on lap number 29 has just done his fastest lap of the race. So that's pretty amazing. Jonathan did the event last year solo. He's also in his mid-50s. Very, very fit. Very, very challenging to do at any age, let alone when you reach 50. So you've got to take out for Jonathan.
I don't know how he does it.
A 57 flat there, Chris, on that last lap.
Wow.
Simon Price behind him also did his fastest lap of the race on that previous one as well. So Nothing like time in the saddle to improve your lap times. Matt Tooley's just coming through too on the 600s, on the leading 600, which is Jonathan Hughes.
Well, no, he was actually in front of Jonathan Hughes. Jonathan Hughes has passed him.
Okay. Oh, so he has. Sorry, I'm just looking if they're on the same lap.
So the R1 should outgun the Triumph up the hill, and it does, with a wheel stand. Makes it hard for the 600 riders to get past. They might have a bit better track pace, but the thousands will just outgun them again down the straight. So you've not only got to get the overtake on, but you've got to gap them a little bit.
Yeah, another battle he's having Simon Price here on another leader bike, so he's got to do it all again on the brakes.
But the other side of that is that dicing like this actually makes the race pass, and it's actually more entertaining, keeps you focused on something.
Absolutely. The race, you and I both know when you're locked in battle, all of a sudden you come around and you see the checkered flag and it's like, gee, that was quick. But when you're on your own circulating, it seems like you're out there forever.
Brad Hughes just goes through 55.8, so still circulating around that flat 6 mark. As I said, if he gets on one pit stop, that's going to put him in a strong position come end of race.
Also, Brad Hughes, another rider who's late in, 32 laps in. He's just done his PB also, Chris, so into the 55s.
Oh, rider down at the end of the back straight. I think that might be Simon Price, is it?
I think it is.
I don't know if he got balked by another rider or just ran wide. That's not what we wanted to see at all.
No, it looks like Simon Price. He was in that battle with John O'Hughes.
Just trying to lift the bike to see if it can be moved. Yellow flag's waving, so hopefully Simon can get that bike up. He's lifted it up. Fantastic to see him resume. I think he just fell off on the grass, not more so than lost the front on the bitumen.
Yes, having done it myself, when you go off the track there, the grass isn't very grippy. You've got plenty of grip with a hot front slick on the asphalt, but as soon as you hit that grass, it can be all over very, very quickly.
Great work from the flag marshals. Actually, first bike to enter the pits, Matt Tooley. So that's at the half-hour mark. We did say that the R1s are quite thirsty, so I don't know if this is part of a fuel strategy. I don't think it's going to be a mechanical. Certainly looks to still be running well. They do have the fuel churns out.
It'll be on a stand, don't they, for refueling?
His co-rider just doing the fueling.
That unfortunately leaves a key overtaking point at the end of the straight. We have Simon Price not able to move that motorcycle, whether one of the marshals is going to be able to move that, but that's going to be there for the duration of the race. Does take a key overtaking point out of the race.
Yeah, that's right. Race control will consider that and see if there's any way under waving yellows if they get a crew down there to move it, but you do have to be very, very careful. Oscar O'Donovan still with Brett Simmons right on his back wheel. So the Matt Tooley machine now about to re-enter after being refueled. Jonathan Hughes with a bit of space around him now. He's in the heat of a battle there a couple of laps back. So he's running fourth outright.
Another PB lap for Brad Hughes there as well, as he flashes past the timing. Yeah, Jonathan Hughes, the first of the 600s. He's in fourth outright. Matthew Long, second of the 600s, in fifth outright. Chloe Honeychurch, she's in third position on another Kawasaki ZX6. For our leaders, just coming down into Calvin's now onto the back straight. Still Oscar O'Donovan leading from Brett Simmons.
Just looking at the Jeremy Huddleston bike, it looks like it's on track and circulating well. So let's hope they've got to the bottom of the issue. Of course, enough time in the pits there. They're not going to really be looking for a result other than just be part of the event. Yep, Damien Forbes on board down the back straight, so that's great to see them circulating.
Yeah, a long way to go still in the race. There's an hour and 27 remaining.
It's a long, long way, Rod.
Still our leaders, still separated by a tenth of a second. It's been the same since the start of the race.
Coming up behind Matthew Long on the 600. Matthew is running second in the 600 class. Whoa, that's tight. Oscar O'Donovan just going around the outside of Matthew Long. I was starting to run out of track by the looks of it. Brett Simmons, is he going to bide his time? He is.
It's given Oscar a little bit of breathing space, but we've seen this in some previous track passes before, and Brett Simmons seems to be able to get back on to the rear of Oscar O'Donovan in a lap or so.
As I was saying before, Brett will know that. He's riding this as he needs to make sure that he doesn't get caught up in traffic. So 55.5 the last time through for Oscar. This time a 55.7, so settled into that mid-5 sort of range, which is a very competitive time for this event if you can maintain that.
Yeah, it's typically faster than we've seen though previous events. I guess it comes down to your strategy though, Chris, with your fuel. Certainly the consumption is going to be considerably more in the 55s. We've seen the previous races where the leaders have lapped in the 57s, just kept it comfortable, and it does reduce it to one stop in more instances than not. Once again, Brett Simmons there, Chris. He's right up the back of Oscar O'Donovan again, right on the ducktail as they come around the sweeper. I don't think there's anything to prove for Brett to go past Oscar here.
No, as I said, I think it'll be entirely down to whatever strategy they're running to. Great to see the Huddleston Folds machine still going around. Damien Folds just riding down through the S's at the moment, so a bit surprised to be honest. I didn't think that they were even going to get that back to the pits, but they not only have done that, they've sorted out the gremlins and got it running again. So brilliant to see the guys back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. These bikes, quite a lot of sophisticated electronics on these modern 1000cc bikes. So when they take a bit of a knock, quite often it could just be a sensor, could be damaged, or a wiring loom could be backed out. Doesn't take much for them to to start having some sort of little niggles in the engine firing or the electronics.
So I've spoken a bit about rider fatigue, Rod. The sorts of aches and pains that are going to be setting in at this stage of the race. You've done it before. What do you think the riders are feeling out there at the moment?
It's been a while since I've done the 2-hour race, so Chris, I really can't remember how much pain I was in, but certainly for me, it gets you in the thighs and the hips. Probably first and foremost. You're in a crouch position on these bikes the whole time you're on them, so you take all your body weight through your legs, changing direction, so you can't actually, you don't really slide across the seat, you actually lift yourself across. So it's like doing, every lap you're doing multiple squats with your own body weight. So I find that, the thighs and the hips get pretty sore. Also, you do find the back of the arms and certainly through the shoulders from braking can get a little challenged as well.
Yeah, I think definitely in the arms, most riders will be starting to feel a bit of fatigue in the arms. As you say, you're supporting a lot of your body weight under brakes. So all of those
We've got a red flag actually, I just noticed. Not sure what's going on here, but got a red flag.
Yeah, I can't see any bikes down.
So they decided to move that bike over there. Like there's an incident, but
No, there's...
So this is going to be interesting.
Yes, well, the procedure is that bikes file in off the racetrack. They go to the top of the dummy grid. I really hope Brad Hughes knows that, because any touching of that bike is going to be a problem.
Yes, you can't do any refueling during this stage. There's no work on the bike or refueling can be completed.
No, the only thing I can think is that they anticipate a longer delay, which will mean the bikes can actually have heated tyre warmers on them.
Yeah, I can't see any other bikes down around the circuit. So all I can think of is they've decided that the bike there, it's Simon Price machine at the end of the straight. They don't like the position of that for safety. We can see the whole circuit here clearly, apart from Calvin's, but haven't seen any flags waving during the race, and that certainly just before the stoppage. So we're assuming that it's the bike at the end of the straight that's an issue.
Certainly no rush for the recovery vehicle to get to it, so I don't know.
Certainly the riders would probably welcome the stop for a bit of a breather. They could certainly have a drink and a stretch. This stoppage, the time keeps ticking down, I believe. We've still got an hour and 20 to go in the race. Chris is just going to head down and see if we can find out what's going on. Certainly, we can see one of the officials flag point at the end of the straight there, heading over to the fallen ZX10. Make sure the rider is okay, and also get that machine removed from that position. It's not a good place for it to be lying. If you do have an incident coming down that back straight, either a brake issue or something like that, you don't certainly want to be hitting a motorcycle lying on the circuit. Just while they're doing this recovery, we'll take a quick drinks break and we'll be back in a few minutes with the continuation. isn't they, Scott? Yeah, that's right. I'll let it go that long with all the cycle changes. All right, we got a resumption in the race. So we did have a stoppage just to collect that fallen motorcycle into the back straight. Clark, of course, decided that for safety reasons it needed to be removed. It's a fair enough call. He certainly wouldn't want to hit that if there was an incident down there. So the bikes are now all coming back out of pit lane in the order that they entered pit lane in. So it's not the actual race order. It will be the order that they entered the pits. It's supposed to be anyway.
Well, it goes back to the last completed lap. So essentially the same thing, Rod. It's the race order at the time of the red flag, but the first bike into the pits is the first bike out, not necessarily the leader. But I did notice that Brett Simmons has lost a bit of a gap to Oscar O'Donovan there with a bike in between them. So I'm not sure how that happened, unless that was the situation when the red flag came out. I thought Brett was right on the back wheel of Oscar.
Yeah, I thought so too. Anyway, that's now given Oscar a bit of a margin, a few seconds.
Interesting to see Simon Price and Wade Serrato down there with the recovered ZX10. They're trying to dust it off and maybe looking at resuming, which would be great.
Yeah, it'd be good to see them get back out. Brett Simmons now, he's definitely got his work cut out for him to get back to where he was on Oscar O'Donovan.
Yeah, what have we got? Half the length of the straight. Big wheelie there from Brett. So interesting to see what it takes Brett to catch back up. Just getting past Chloe Honeychurch there.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on the lap times over the next few laps. As they all settle back in. They would have lost a bit of temperature in their tyres for that stop in pit lane. Even though the bikes did have tyre warmers fitted, but they wouldn't have been running. Just trying to keep the temperature in the tyres.
Yeah, certainly something to be aware of. First couple of laps out, we saw what happened to Jeremy Huddleston on that opening lap. Probably a result of not the rear tyre not quite being to temperature.
Just looking for our leaders. Oscar O'Donovan must be coming down the back straight or heading around the sweeper. Here he is. Brett Simmons is not far from. He has bridged that gap pretty well over the last lap.
Yeah, it was 3 seconds last time through, 1.2. So Brett is slowly reducing that gap back to Oscar O'Donovan.
Yeah,
Brett Hughes still putting in a great ride there in position 3 on bike 111. He's 52 seconds in arrears. As you can see, he's only just up the road from Oscar O'Donovan. Brad Hughes about to come over the hump on the back straight. Oscar O'Donovan and Brett Simmons just coming onto the back straight. So probably won't be too long. Oh, there you go. There's a change in the lead. Brett Simmons going past Oscar. And whether that's because Oscar's rolling out for a fuel stop or... No, doesn't look like it. So maybe Brett's decided it's time to up the pace.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. Oscar, he might have missed a gear or something down the back straight. I don't know what happened, but he rolled out of it. Unless he wants to give Brett a go in the lead and wants to have a look at Brett. Maybe that's his strategy.
Yeah, look, potentially.
But there was no trouble there at all for Brett Simmons to power past Oscar down the back straight that time. Looking at the lap times, a 54.8 for Brett and a 56.7 for Oscar, so he definitely rolled off.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out shortly if Oscar's wanting to follow, or if he's got a problem, or what the case may be. But Brett putting a little bit of a gap on Oscar.
Looking down the pit lane here now, Chris. Unfortunately, the ZX10 of Simon Price and Wade Schrader's being pushing the bike the wrong direction down the pit lane, so they're heading back to the pits. Maybe for some running repairs, or maybe it's just too damaged to continue.
Brett Simmons last lap through, 55.3. Oscar O'Donovan, 55.8. So Oscar's still doing competitive lap times, but just that tiny little bit slower than Brett Simmons.
Yes, they're just ahead of them on track is Brad Hughes in third position, so that'll put Brad a lap down. Currently all on the same lap. I think we saw we've seen in previous 2 hours, Chris, we've seen, I think Mike Jones led everybody back to second place, maybe third place.
Yeah, he certainly did, and it makes a difference on a red flag because you don't lose that 1 lap advantage. So Brett Simmons not far off putting a lap on third place bike. Brad Hughes, 111.
Yeah, full second difference in lap times on that last lap. Brett Simmons a 55 flat and Oscar Donovan a 55.99. So whether Oscar's feeling the fatigue or he's got a different strategy, maybe trying to get that fuel consumption to last the hour. Depends on the strategy. So maybe he's got to roll off a bit to get that fuel to last a bit longer. I think it's a certain Brett Simmons here. He's just about to put Brad Hughes a lap down. There's Brett Simmons. Just rolled out of it then. Looking to go up the inside of Brad Hughes into turn 1. A little bit of lap traffic ahead of them for both riders.
Yeah, I think Brad probably heard him coming. Brad left a fair bit of room there. So good riding from both Brad and Brett. Again, in a sprint race you see something different, but for this race they know how much further they've got to go, so not taking any unnecessary risk at the moment. Probably see Brett go past on the back straight. No, he's not quite close enough.
Both bikes are very fast down here, but Brett Simmons is easing through there on the brakes. So he's just going to have another look at Brad Hughes. Looks like Brett's actually going to come in for fuel. Okay.
So we're up to, we're at 56 minutes. I know we had a red flag, but that would be around about that 50-minute mark we were expecting. So this is where things get interesting. Can they execute their pit stop? When are other bikes going to pit?
Also a rider change here for this team, so they'll be getting the fuel in the bike, and Kyle Buckley will be taking the reins.
Brett looking reasonably fresh though. He didn't look like he was all tied up when he got off the bike.
Doesn't look like what we used to look like when we got off the
bike. You didn't see the grimace on Brett's face though.
No, you leave your visor down for as long as possible, Chris, till you get back to your chair and under the the safety of the shade. You leave that visor down.
Not sure if Kyle Buckley was not expecting that. He certainly was not out on the or in the dummy grid area. He came from the shaded area, so maybe he's staying cool. Wiping off a bit of spilt fuel.
Okay, well, Kyle Buckley, let's see how he goes. He's got a long stint ahead of him.
Yeah, tough ask too.
No doubt they'll have to probably do a splash at the end and a rider change to Brett Simmons to bring it home. We've still got an hour and 13 to go, so it's showing that there's going to be a two fuel stop strategy for the team. This will be the interesting one with Oscar O'Donovan, who's now in the lead, riding solo, whether this bike will get through to 1 hour to go, which will put him in the box seat.
Well, I guess the challenge we've got now is understanding how long that red flag was for. Because I think the clock keeps running during the red flag, does it?
It did stop.
It stops.
It did stop. I did notice the timing had stopped.
Okay, so that means...
that timing is correct. So 1 hour and 13 minutes to go. Damien Forbes there on the Jeremy Huddleston bike, still circulating. They must be getting close to a fuel stop rider change.
Kyle Buckley just completing his first lap of the 2 hour.
It's going to be, I'm not sure he's put any laps at all on that bike.
Yeah, I think he might have gone out during the free practice.
Okay.
Just before lunch.
Just have a bit of a sample of the bike. I think we've just seen Chloe Honeychurch is still out there, whether Scott has now taken the reins. Are they still circulating?
So the lead 600, still Jonathan Hughes, now lapping all around the flat 58s.
Yeah, for Matthew Long and Chloe Honeychurch still on the timing. Here comes our leader, Oscar O'Donovan. Just looking at P2, he's right ahead of him on track. Which is Brad Hughes just going down through 2. Oscar O'Donovan a tenth or so back. What's going to be interesting, Chris, is seeing how Kyle Buckley gels with the Honda. What sort of times he can post and bring it through to the next fuel stop and rider change.
You were saying that Kyle was not 100% bike fit. He hasn't been riding much recently and feeling a few aches and pains over the weekend.
Yes, he was certainly saying he was quite sore. Former ASBK runner, of course, but it's been a while since he's been on a race bike. He said it feels like he's actually been down the road, and he hasn't. He said it's all those feelings all over where the body's aching. So we know. I certainly know what that feels like. You know what it feels like. It may look easy from a distance, but these things are very, very taxing on the body.
Looking pretty comfortable though on the Honda.
Yeah, let's just check his lap time here as he comes across the line. Kyle Buckley, 56.54. So they're you keep running around in those times, that'll be very competitive. That's where he wants to be.
Yeah, and he'll also find his groove more on this bike that he's only just learning at the moment. So we know his ability. He's very capable of upping the pace if he needs to.
Yes, well, Kyle's competed here in the past, and we have seen times in the 53s.
Double winner, I think, Kyle is.
He has certainly been a winner, yes. Trying to think who he would have won the race with. Maybe Kurt Shushams or Chris McGrath?
Definitely Kurt Shushams. Chris McGrath won with Robert Bugden, I believe. Good to see Bike 40 still circulating with Damien Folds. I'll be left wondering what might have been if it wasn't for that first lap incident.
Kyle Buckley definitely finding his straps there. Chris, a 55.73 on that last lap. So they're the sort of times that'll be very competitive if you can keep rolling through in the mid-55s for the next 20 or 30 minutes.
Yep, and speaks to the quality of the rider to be out of the saddle for a couple of years and then jump on a bike you're not familiar with and lap in the mid-5s within a couple of laps.
Yeah, Oscar O'Donovan on that last one, a 55.37, so still very competitive times. Brad Hughes, a 56 flat. Jonathan Hughes on the last lap on the 6.75 Daytona, a 57.84, so still very competitive times. Matthew Long, he's second in the 600s. He was through at a 59.2 on the last lap.
$55.8 there from Kyle Buckley, so you're right. It looks like he's riding to a strategy of around that mid-5.
Finding his groove, which is what you've got to do on these bikes. Find your pace and ride accordingly. Getting close to the first hour coming up. We're an hour and 7 to go. Feels like the race has been going a lot longer. Oscar Donovan's still out there on that ZX10, Chris. Still haven't stopped for fuel.
No, you'd expect to see it pretty soon. Oscar's pace still in the fives.
Yeah, typically, we haven't seen in the past the R1s and being able to do the hour on a tank. And Brett Simmons, on the bike they're on, that was an unknown because it hasn't been in the event before. But certainly Brad Hughes, we think his Honda's pretty good to do the whole hour on one tank. Honda's generally pretty good on fuel.
Oscar Donovan, bit of flap traffic in front, going to go around the outside there of Brad Hughes.
Okay, he's pulled the move off. That's put Brad a lap down. Oh, it's a long way around.
Oh, Matty Long, he had thousands on both sides of him there up the hill. Didn't know which way to look.
Best thing you do is just keep him pointed straight ahead. Kyle Buckley there through a 55.52, I think. Yeah, so 55.5 for Kyle. So he's still finding his groove on the bike, which is great to see. Yeah, just running through all the timing so far. We're approaching that 1 hour mark, 1 hour 5 to go. So our race leader is Oscar O'Donovan. Brad Hughes is in second. Kyle Buckley on the Brett Simmons machine is in third. Jonathan Hughes, first in the 600s in fourth. Matthew Long in fifth. Chloe Honeychurch riding with her father Scott. They're in sixth position on the ZX10. Matt Tawley on the Yamaha 1. David Bartels in 8th on the CBR 600. We've got the Jeremy Huddleston bike with Damien Fools partnered up. They're coming through in 9th. Simon Price, whether Simon and Wade Schrader entry. Simon unfortunately come off the bike there at the end of the straight before, so whether they've got that
race leader, Rod, sorry to interrupt. The race leader coming in for fuel.
Okay, there's interesting. So there's an hour and 4 to go.
That's what you tend to expect. The thousands struggle to make the full hour.
Brad Hughes is still out there on his yet to stop also, so this could be interesting with the strategies.
So just having confirmed that Simon Price and Wade Schrader have retired after that little issue down the end of the back straight.
So the fuel stop and the pit stop here for Oscar O'Donovan, the leader of the race, has put the CBR 1000 entry of Brett Simmons and Kyle Buckley on the same lap.
Looks like Damien Fools going very slowly up there at the top of the hill. I think it's Damien. I don't know if that means they're out of fuel or if some of the issues from the earlier crash have come back to plague them. Let's hope they do make it back.
Just looking for Brad Hughes here to see if we can spot Brad. Here comes Kyle Buckley on the CBR 1000. This will put, I believe, Kyle Buckley, Brett Simmons' bike into the lead now. Oscar O'Donovan just finished his ridage or fuel stop. And he's going to re-enter in second position, but only maybe 7 or 8 seconds behind the race leader, which will now be Kyle Buckley. Yes, the Damien Fools, Jeremy Huddleston bike coming back into the pit again. Not looking great. It looks like he's just rolling in. Either out of fuel or there's some other issue that's crept in after that accident. It's still running.
Bit of dirt on the tyres. I don't know if he was off track for a moment. Legs aren't working too well for Damo. All looks to be in order, so they're just putting fuel in it. Must have just been down to the dregs.
Okay. Just trying to work out, did Chloe Honeychurch and Scott Honeychurch, have they pitted yet?
No.
No? Chloe's still on the bike?
She is. There she is, just crossing the line at the moment, behind Brad Hughes.
Just trying to spot Oscar O'Donovan and Brad Hughes.
So right now we have Brad Hughes on bike 111 in the lead. Given that he has not yet pitted.
Okay. Just trying to pick up where the leader is.
So it sounds like Damien might have actually had a little off on the R1.
Okay.
Managed to pick it up and get back. So really, despite their best laid plans, they're not. Things aren't going to plan. And that, again, is just this event. It is a tough one to win.
It certainly is. Just trying to find the leader on track. Just looking around the circuit to see where he is. Kyle Buckley there, coming down into the straight. Into the braking area.
Brad Hughes heading up the hill at the moment over Suckers, I think.
Okay. So they'd be on the same lap.
Looks like it, 30 seconds in the lead. So I reckon Brad has unlapped himself when the other two have pitted.
Yes, okay. So Brad yet to stop for fuel, so puts him in a good position here. So we're down to just an hour to go. So time remaining, 1 hour and 15 seconds. So Brad Hughes in a good position. Just coming over the line now, our race leader.
Coming up behind, I think it's David Bartell still out there. Hasn't yet pitted to change over to Nathan Toll. Matthew Long circulating around the high 59, so whether he's in body conservation mode or tyre conservation mode, he knows there's still a long way to go.
Just checking the lap times between, I guess it's irrelevant at this stage, but Brad Hughes, 55.95 on the last lap. Kyle Buckley, 55.55. Oscar O'Donovan, 55.33. So Oscar O'Donovan's only around about 7 seconds back from Kyle Buckley. No doubt Brad Hughes will be pit stopping at some stage very soon for fuel. Put Brad in a great position to do the rest of the race on a tank of juice. We may have to see the other bike stop. So Brad Hughes is going to be in a great position for a potential win here, Chris, based on the fuel stop strategy.
Well, that's right. We know that both the other thousands have to pit again. Matthew Long making his way into the pit. So,
however, when the other thousands that do need to stop, they will only have to do a splash and dash. Not necessarily a full refuel, because they've got their strategy right. They'll roughly know how much fuel they need to get through to the end. So we're seeing Matthew Long here, who's also a solo competitor in 600. He's just coming in to do his refuel. No doubt he'll be looking for a drink and a bit of a stretch while they put the fuel on the bike. It's just going in now.
It's interesting that he's pitted at this stage, because the Brad Hughes machine being 1,000 has actually outlasted the R6. I don't know if that's fuel tank capacity or just the strategy that Matthew Long is running to. But I would have thought 1,000 would pit first.
Yes, I would have thought so. We haven't seen Jonathan Hughes yet for fuel either on the other 600.
Here comes Jeremy Huddleston. There must be another problem with that bike. What a terrible day they're having. Now, what's interesting here is Kyle Buckley is only just a little way up the track from Oscar O'Donovan. Oscar will know that he's got to catch up to Kyle and gap him to withstand the late run from Brett Simmons.
Yeah, well, Kyle Buckley was a 56 flat on that last lap. Oscar Donovan a 55.22, so 0.8 of a second quicker. Here we go, the leading 600. Jonathan Hughes now coming in for his fuel stop. Also the race leader,
Brad Hughes.
Brad Hughes on the CBR 1000. He's coming in for his fuel stop. He's getting the bike on the stand. I think a quick drink would be worthwhile grabbing because he did have an issue before we saw with the drink hose coming out of the Camelback.
Quick look at the rear tyre, just for to confirm what he was thinking or feeling. Hopefully he was thinking, gee, that feels good.
Hopefully he's thinking that because he's got another hour to go.
Absolutely. It'd be horrible to thinking that feels terrible and then have it confirmed.
Looking for our Kyle Buckley. He just looks like coming down into Calvin's now. Oscar O'Donovan is coming out of Suckers, heading down into Calvin's. So they will move ahead of Brad Hughes here while he's doing the rider stop, but this will put Brad onto a one-stop strategy.
This is where it gets interesting, though. It's saying Oscar needs to not only catch Kyle, but probably put a bit of a gap on him, because when Brett gets on to the final session, Brett will be in sprint mode.
Certainly, if he wants to win.
Assuming they can both get through on the two fuel stops.
No doubt be a splash and dash at the end there. They would have got every last mil fuel into that bike when they did the rider change. The tank would be absolutely brimming to the top. So Jeremy Huddleston heading back out again.
Looks like they're putting some air in the rear tyre of Brad Hughes. You must feel there's something wrong with it, maybe a little flat. Nope. Certainly had the pump there. Now here comes Chloe Honeychurch, is it?
Yes, Chloe Honeychurch coming in. See their pit crew getting ready. Scott Honeychurch, he's down there with his helmet on ready to go. So she's done a great job. She's done the first hour and 5. She'll have a well-earned rest now.
Cole Buckley's time's just slowing up a little bit. I wonder if that's a little bit of fatigue.
Oh, definitely so it would be. Can't be easy when you haven't been racing day in, day out. To come out and jump on a 190, 200 horsepower motorcycle and cut lap after lap. Can't be an easy thing to do.
It'll certainly set up an interesting end of race, because if Brett's chasing down Oscar O'Donovan.
We'll just check the times as we've got our race leader coming around. Kyle Buckley here on the green Honda CBR 1000. Coming through with a 56.27. Oscar O'Donovan, he's hitting the line. He's a 56.21, so nothing in it between them on that last lap. 600ths of a second.
Huge effort from Chloe Honeychurch, first 2 hour, and she hands the bike over to Scott Honeychurch in one piece, and I would expect in third place in the 600 class.
Well, there's a great opportunity for Scott here to potentially, not sure how far down they are, but Scott we know is a very fast rider. So he's got Matthew Long and also David Bartels ahead on track.
Cole Buckley just behind Matty Long there at the moment as they go down through the S's. He'll be looking probably to outgun him up the hill, and so to Oscar O'Donovan behind John O'Hughes, I think it is. So similarly, I reckon he'll be looking to accelerate John up the hill. Not quite close enough, so that's cost Oscar a bit of time, I think.
Also shows how well those 675 Triumph triples pull up the hill. They're a very torquey engine.
Yeah, look, both bikes are scrambling for traction at the bottom, so it's only once you get them upright that you can actually use the power of the 1000, and then they start wanting to wheel stand.
Yes, clearly evident there down the back straight, the difference in the straight line speed of the 1000 versus the 600. Jonathan Hughes, I've got to say, doing a fantastic job. Still running around in the mid 57s. 57.4 on that last lap, Chris. P4 outright, first and 600s. It's got a fairly handy gap now over Matthew Long in second. So the Scott Honeychurch, Chloe Honeychurch entry, that looks like that's now in third place for 600.
Heading towards 50 minutes remaining, which really means that any of the thousands that are on a two-stop strategy can look at pitting pretty much any time within the 50-minute window and make it through. But of course, that's not a splash and dash; it's a full refill.
Jonathan Hughes again, Chris, a 57.5. You got to take your hat off to Jono.
Oh, unbelievable! Yeah, most people would be happy doing that in a sprint race.
That's lap 73, by the way, for Jonathan. So the first of the 600s. What's interesting looking at the timing here, Chris, is Scott Honeychurch and Matthew Long are on the same lap. Well, sorry, Matthew Long's on lap 72, but Scott Honeychurch is not a hell of a long way behind. Maybe half a lap.
Yeah, well, another red flag will close that gap up. Bike 24 coming into the pits. That's Jake Tooley, who'll be looking to hand back over to his dad, Matt. They're putting in a great ride. I was talking to Matt earlier. They were thinking about a tyre change.
Just other thing to note with that 600, Chris, with Scott Honeychurch, he was 1.2 seconds quicker than Matthew Long in that last lap. So Scott's fresh. He hasn't. Chloe obviously did the first stint, so it's going to be interesting to see how he goes because he's fresh out of the pits, chasing down Matthew Long, who's already done an hour and 10 minutes on his own. So very, very difficult.
Interesting to see Kyle Buckley back into the mid fives. So I don't know if he
maybe on a pit board.
Maybe a pit board to say Oscar is not far behind you. I think it's about 14 seconds behind. It's sometimes just not easy to know your lap time or your position when you're out there, so you do need some information to tell you what you need to do.
Oscar's around 6 seconds behind. 6.5.
As I say, the thing Oscar has to consider is the final stint. He's up against Brett, who's done less laps than Oscar. So it's a massive, massive ask from him, but he's putting in a massive, massive ride, so nothing's out of the question here.
Well, I think what we don't know is how much fuel Oscar had left when he did that fuel stop. He was nearly an hour down, 56 minutes in? 57 minutes in, so almost the hour. So maybe they were working to a strategy to now not stop again and go through to the end of the race on the tank of fuel they now have.
Well, that's possible. I've never seen a ZX10 do it, but maybe they've done
careful planning.
There's some careful planning. That's right. I know Jeremy Huddleston was telling me, just changing where you get short shifting, changing where you change gears can make a big difference to your fuel economy. So nothing's out of the question here.
Well, they're not running sprint race times, so Oscar O'Donovan Cable running low 54s.
So there is a wheel change going on with the Matt and Jake tooling machine. They were talking that, or thinking they might have to do that.
Scott Honeychurch again coming over the line, just checking his time. 58 flat for Scott. Matthew Long previous lap at 1:01.45. So Scott's definitely not too far out of the possibilities, Chris, that he can hunt down second place.
Oscar O'Donovan up the inside of Jeremy Huddleston, up into the top of the S's. Runs quite wide, but gets through. And Jeremy's not going to try and make it hard for Oscar. He knows that he's not in the running for this for the win. What Jezza may want to do is tag on to the back of Oscar for a bit of fun because he knows he can run with him. Depending on what sort of shape the bike's in, of course.
Yeah, that'd be the smart thing. Just sit there and have a look and go for a ride around behind.
Imagine you're still with a chance. Scott Honeychurch just crossing the line on the 600.
Still around 6 seconds gap between first and second. Sorry, 5 seconds. Put the glasses on. Kyle Buckley got a 5-second lead over Oscar O'Donovan. Nothing in it, Chris. Nothing in it at all after an hour and 15.
No, you got to love this race. It's only a mini enduro, but the way it plays out is always fascinating. So Matt Tooley resumes duties on the R1, out with a fresh tyre.
Scott Honeychurch again. He's got his head down to see if he can get that second place at 57.45 for Scott. The bike is chasing a 60.97, so he's definitely making inroads into that second position, on track position, in the 600 class.
So the race order at the moment, bike 19 with Kyle Buckley is heading away. Bike 17, Oscar O'Donovan, only 5 seconds in arrears. And then we go back a lap to bike 111, Brad Hughes. First of the 600s in P4 outright is Jonathan Hughes. Then Matty Long, Scott Honeychurch. David Bartels, I think, must have changed over to Nathan Toll by now. Matt Tooley. And then Jeremy Huddleston, and the only retirement, Simon Price and Wade Schrader. Cole Buckley up the inside of Brad Hughes. Nice clean move into one. And the chasing Oscar O'Donovan, getting some lap traffic at the wrong part of the circuit.
It's a long way around there, outside of turn 2.
Yeah, you just have to keep your cool though. You know, it happens to everyone. You've got to, as we keep saying, you just got to make sure you get through cleanly, and that's exactly what Oscar's done.
Just a long way to go. 44 minutes remaining.
So I'm going to be very interested to see when Kyle Buckley pits the hand back over to Brett Simmons.
Kyle Buckley on that last lap, Chris, at 55.26.
55.26, wow.
Yep, Oscar O'Donovan is 56.61, so he's got that back out to 7 seconds, that gap. It was down to under 5 before, but I think Oscar did have some lap traffic there.
Yeah, Oscar definitely had lap traffic. Take your hat off to John Hughes. Leading the 600 field. What's his gap to Matty Long there?
It's about half a track.
Half a track. Matthew just crossing the line now.
Coming over the line now. Matthew was probably getting a pit forward. Matthew Long, a 61.19. Scott Honeychurch, he'd be just coming down into the braking area, I believe. But he is lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker.
It's good to see Jezza Huddleston still out there.
Scott Honeychurch on that last lap, Chris, a 56.65. Matthew Long is a 61.19. So If Scotty Honeychurch can keep that sort of pace going, it shouldn't be more than about 15 or 20 laps before he's on the back of Matthew Long. Plenty of time still left in this race.
Plenty of time still left.
John O'Hughes in that last one into the 58s, but possibly with a bit of lap traffic as well.
As I said earlier, the closing stages of this race, tyres are worn, riders are worn, and the pressure starts to mount. So don't think for a moment this race is over until we see the checkered flag.
Yeah, Scott Honeychurch no doubt would be getting the signal on his pit board to know where he's at, how far the gap is. It's coming down every lap. So
the lead two bikes, Kyle Buckley and Oscar O'Donovan, both lapping in the mid-5s.
Also Brad Hughes.
56.3 for Brad last time through. Matt Tooley with a new tyre in. 57.7 for Matt. $55.6 from Kyle. So he's pretty consistent in those mid-5s. So it's a competitive time on average to run this race.
Yeah,
it's very hard to maintain that 4-second bracket for a sustained period. It's hard on tyres, it's hard on riders, and you obviously need to deal with traffic as well.
Yeah, the times are very good. Running 55 is very competitive for the race. 55, mid-55s into mid-56 is typically we've seen what you need to do to win this event. And you're dead right, trying to sustain anything faster is just almost impossible for 2 hours.
Yeah, we saw Mike Jones do it in his first stint last year, but that's when tyres were fresh and he had a bit of clear track before the field had spread out.
This is getting very interesting in the 600 battle, Chris. I'm looking at Matthew Long there. He's just going down through the S's there. He's at the bottom of the hill. Scott Honeychurch is coming down through the S's as well now. So he's made up a huge amount of time.
And he's fresh.
Exactly. Scott's fresh. We know he's a very capable rider, but he had a few laps ago, it was half a track difference between them. Now we're talking, they're on the same piece of tarmac almost. Matthew Long just coming onto the main straight now. Scott Honeychurch tipping in to Calvin's coming onto the main straight. So it's only going to be another lap or two. And Scott Honeychurch is going to move into second place. Not sure how far ahead Jonathan Hughes is, the leader of the 600 class, but I think he might have maybe a lap up on the other guys.
Oh, there's Jonathan just threading the needle on the outside of Matty Long there as they come over the start-finish line.
It's got Honeychurch there. He's just tipping into turn 1. So look at the difference there. Look, he's already showing he's a couple of seconds a lap quicker. He's almost right on him now, Chris.
He is, absolutely. So, and drives up the inside. Didn't really look like Matty had a lot of grip there. Race leader Kyle Buckley under brakes at the end of the back straight. Oscar O'Donovan trying to squeeze up the inside of Scott Honeychurch. Oh, you need to be careful. And he gets it done very nicely. Not easy outbraking a fast rider on a fast 600 when you're on 1,000.
Especially a fresh rider.
That's right, exactly.
55.91 for Kyle Buckley in the last lap, at 55.92 for Oscar O'Donovan. Scott Honeychurch at 57.2. The gap between Kyle Buckley in the lead and Oscar O'Donovan is sitting at 5.6 seconds. Still nothing in it. Plenty of time left.
And look, it's just a fumble in the pits during refueling could turn that around. So it's still anyone's race.
Oscar O'Donovan looking extremely quick on that last lap. A low 55, 55.3, 55.8 for Kyle Buckley.
Just looking at where Scott Honeychurch is at the bottom of the hill, and the 600 litre Jonathan Hughes just coming over the hump. So probably half a lap time wise. Rod, what have we got?
Jonathan Hughes on lap 87.
57.9, 56.8 from Scott Honeychurch. So a second a lap, and there's probably 30 seconds.
I think they're a lap down, I think, though. Jonathan Hughes is on lap 88, and Scott Honeychurch currently on lap 86, so there's still a lap down. You need to pass Jonathan Hughes and pass him again to take the win.
Race leader just going up over Suckers at the moment. Still lapping in those mid 55s. So I'm sure the body's starting to protest by now. You're saying that Cole felt like he'd been down the road.
Yes, he said he felt like he'd crashed the bike, been slapped on the ground. We all know what that feels like. So yeah, just not. He said there's no way you can train for these bikes. No. He said it's time on the bike. It's riding these bikes day in day out. Get you fit for them. But they do use muscles that you didn't know you had.
He's been in the good paddock for too long.
Must have been.
Oscar O'Donovan just maybe getting a bit frustrated there behind Brad Hughes. Now squeezes down the inside into the top of the S's.
I know, Chris, even when we were racing all the time, you still feel a little bit sore the next day. A couple of days it takes to just get back to normal. But when you haven't done it for a while, it takes a good week. You can hardly walk the next day.
Yeah, not good. I even remember running an endurance race here years ago when I was only in my early 20s, and it was still hard.
Yeah, it's never easy.
Stretching your legs, supporting your weight when you jump off the bike.
Yeah, what will be interesting, anyone that can see the rider change when Kyle does come in on bike one, is when he gets off the bike, how he actually moves. That'll be interesting to watch. Quite often we have seen riders, they get off in pit lane off the bike and they jump over that little fence onto the grass and lie straight down. Have a little rest.
Yep. So down to only 30 minutes remaining. We're probably going to start seeing some of the second pit stops. If they're running the tank out, then it's probably going to be more like 15 minutes to run. But riders may have already decided who's going to pick up the last sprint section of the race.
What is interesting here, Chris, is that Oscar O'Donovan has made quite a bit of an inroad into the lead. He's got that gap down to under 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 3.09 seconds over the line, so nothing in it. As we can see, Cole Buckley there, just going down through turn 3, about to head up the hill, and Oscar O'Donovan just turning in to go up the hill as well. A bit is between Oscar's teeth. So on that last lap, Kyle Buckley was a 56.2, so I'm not sure whether there was any lap traffic there, but Oscar O'Donovan, a 55.4.
We'll find out next time through. Although Kyle Buckley has, looks like John Hughes in front of him. But you can see Oscar O'Donovan now very, very close to the back wheel of Kyle Buckley. He's the next bike on track. Ooh, Kyle Buckley having to back out of that. John O'Hue's very strong under brakes into turn 1. So he's going to have to try and accelerate him up the hill, but that's given Oscar O'Donovan a real sniff.
Yeah, shouldn't be any issue getting past John up the hill. Talking a 600 versus 1,000 here. As you can see, they're clearly evident as the 1,000 puts the power down.
Question is, where's Oscar going to pick up Jono?
Oscar's going to pick Jono up halfway down the back straight, I dare say. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for Oscar to outbrake Jono here. Use the power of the 1,000 down the back straight.
Is it going to be close enough? I don't know. He's going to get a braking move on. Jono's strong under brakes. No, he's going to get balked there a little bit and have to try and put a move on into turn 1, I think. That's exactly where Kyle Buckley picked up Jono. Nope, it's going to be into 2. Oscar looking very strong. Oh no, he can't even get that done. That's made it a bit harder, so he's going to have to do what Kyle did and maybe outgun the Triumph up the hill.
He's looking to take the corner there early, Chris, so he can get an early drive up the hill. Once again, no issue for the 1,000 to out-accelerate the 600cc bike up the hill.
So down to 31 minutes remaining.
Yes, 31 minutes remaining. So there's going to be obviously a splash of fuel and a rider change for some teams here.
Yep, I thought I just saw the hand up from Kyle Buckley, so that was either acknowledgement of the pit board or time to come in.
Guess we'll see very shortly. That's going to put Oscar O'Donovan firmly into the lead of the race. And the big question is whether the ZX10 of Oscar O'Donovan has to stop again for a splash at the end.
Well, I can see Brett Simmons down there with his helmet on, so I'm sure that meant it's time to come in. So as I said, these last couple of pit stops absolutely critical to how this event will unfold. Given you can see on track how close it is. So Matthew Long just there in front of Kyle Buckley. Is Kyle going to do another lap? Yes. Try and get around the outside of Matthew Long. That's a matter of whether or not Oscar can get through cleanly. Looks to go around the outside of Matty Long. Gee, that was close. Of course, what Oscar doesn't know is that Kyle's probably about to pit.
All right, well, there's nothing in it now, Chris.
No, well, look at that, an hour and a half in, and the lead 2 bikes are separated by
a tenth of a second.
A tenth of a second. And the 600, the battle for the 600 is certainly not over yet either, with Scott Honeychurch circulating well. So here's Kyle Buckley. It'll be interesting to see when he decides to pit. No, he'll do another lap.
Seeing Oscar's dad Shane there, motioning take it easy, I think that meant. I'm not sure, but he was waving his arm frantically at Oscar. Yeah, certainly can't be long before there's going to be a rider change with Brett Simmons jumping back on the number 1 bike.
Well, he's got his helmet on, so it's got to be any lap now.
Yeah, I can see they've got their the race stand there, and they've got the fuel churn ready to go with the splash of fuel. Wouldn't be surprised if it's in the next lap or 2. Looks like it could be this lap.
I think it is this lap. Yes, it is.
He's definitely slowing to come in. So Oscar O'Donovan, who was right behind him, he moves into the lead of the race.
The Honda sounding a bit rough there, maybe?
Yeah, maybe a bit light on juice.
But they're certainly running it down, if that's the case. You will not want to be messing around there for too long.
Get the cap off and get that fuel in. Fuel's going in now.
So with 27 minutes remaining, it's unlikely that you're going to be looking for a full tank of fuel.
There's Matthew Long pitting again.
You're not sure what's up with Matthew. He doesn't look to be circulating as quickly as we're used to seeing him.
Well, could be. Well, he hasn't been riding a lot this year. Could be physically training. He's climbing off the bike now to have a bit of a rest. It does look like he's feeling the effects of the race. But yeah, he's looking like he's fairly spent there. It's a great effort to get this far in.
Oh, absolutely huge. So Brett Simmons away. That was a nice quick stop. Puts his foot down. So now the question is, when will bike 17 pit? The lead bike of Oscar O'Donovan.
Will they need to pit though? That's the thing. We have mentioned the strategy on the fuel. We don't know exactly what they're running to. We did see that bike go nearly an hour, which is for a ZX10 a pretty good effort. I think it was around the 54, 55 minute mark that it came in for fuel. So whether there was plenty still left in the tank and they ran to a strategy, or whether they're going to have to do a quick dash at the end, I guess we're going to find out in the next 15 to 20 minutes. 26 to go, I think, Chris.
That's what the timing's saying, yes.
So Scotty Honeychurch here can see in front of him Jonathan Hughes, but he is a lap down. So he needs to unlap himself and then put his head down and see if he can get himself fully unlapped. He wants to take the win for the 600.
Very interested here to see what sort of times Brett Simmons reels off now that he's really not interested in fuel economy or strategy. It's a sprint to the end here. Tyres, of course.
Tyre wear's going to be a factor. Jeremy Huddleston coming in.
Hand up, I think he's saying, no, don't bother. That's the body language. So last lap through from Oscar O'Donovan, 55.9, so still lapping around that the high 5, low 6 mark. Brett Simmons, he's the one to keep an eye on now. He's got a bit of a fuel load.
On pick up where Brad Hughes is just going up the hill, so they are on the same lap. So Brett Simmons has got about a quarter track distance to make up before he can get into second place.
So that has Scott Honeychurch in the second place in the 600s. David Bartels moves up to third with Matthew Long now parked in the pits. Matthew taking a bit of a rest by the looks of that, so you might be right, Rod. Fatigue may have set in. And no surprise at all. This is, as we keep saying, a really tough race on the body.
Even if you've been riding all year, it's a tough race on the body. So to come in and do it without riding all year, it's going to be extremely difficult, to say the least.
Race leader, Oscar O'Donovan, just coming off into the back straight. Interested to see what sort of times Oscar's running now. Last time through was a flat 56, 55.84. So really in the groove, that flat 56 mark. Brett Simmons here with the one we need to pay attention to. Brett Simmons goes through 55.3.
Well, they've got to get him. Brett is a lap down. They did lose that, that lap through the fuel stop and rider change.
Yeah, so other than worn tyres, Brett's going to be feeling a little fresher. He's had the luxury of Kyle Buckley on the bike, so Brett has had a bit of a rest.
The Matt Tooley bike down there getting refueled. More than likely a rider change as well.
John Hughes, what a ride. I keep saying it, but a lap clear.
57.7 on the last lap, so remember Jono's 55 years of age, at least. I think he's the same age as myself. There's no way I'd want to do it on my own. This race is it's punishing.
I wouldn't be that keen to do half an hour out there, to be honest.
Half an hour's hard work around here.
It is. It genuinely is hard work. Brett Simmons about to cross the line. Brett goes through at a 55.2. So what will be very interesting is if Oscar does pit, when he rejoins the track, where he is relative to Brett, and then it's going to be a straight out
drag race to the end.
Drag race to the end, absolutely.
We've got to go 20 minutes to go. I guess it'd be interesting to know the strategy from O'Donovan Racing. I guess we'll see very soon. I don't know whether Shane will let us in on the strategy. He's got his back to us down the pit lane, talking to somebody. But yeah, we wouldn't think that the 1,000 would do for the hour on a fuel stop. So you'd imagine a splash and dash at the end is going to be required.
Yeah, well, as I said before, we've never seen a ZX10 do the full hour, so for this one to do it would be a miraculous strategy that they've come up with, particularly doing 55s. So I'm still expecting to see it pit for a quick couple of litres to get through.
Yeah, it won't need long. Pit for literally 10 or 15 seconds, but you've got to get in pit lane, foot down, get in there. So you're gonna lose half a lap at least. So it's going to be very interesting to see where Brett Simmons will be on track if they do have to do that. Apparently Oscar does have a lap, almost a full lap up his sleeve over Brett.
Brett Simmons just getting over the traffic there at the bottom of the S's. John Hughes, the 600 litre, he's got a bit clear track, so for better or worse, sometimes it's good to not have to deal with other riders, but like I was saying before, sometimes it's good to have a bit of a tow.
Yeah, I wonder what's going through Jono's mind at the moment. Like he's been out there since the start.
I'm just flexing my legs just thinking about it.
So am I. I'm doing the same. I'm fidgeting. I can't stand still. So just yeah. Your mind must start wandering at some stage, thinking about dinner, or who knows what you think about. But I know when I've been to this event before, I was thinking about when I could come in. Is it time yet?
You do.
Is it time to come in? Because I've had enough.
Oh, it's amazing. Every lap you're looking for the last lap board or the pit board.
It's like I remember coming around thinking, oh, surely, and you keep going, surely, it's got to be the next one, and you come around and eventually you get it, and you go, oh, thank crikey, and then you come. It's that punishing on the body. Certainly at our age.
Now, I was going to say, Oscar looks like he might have rolled out of that a little bit, waiting. No, he's not. Just wondered if he was
Well, lap time will tell us. Still running in the 56.91 there for Oscar, so he's rolled it back a fair bit from where he was running. But, you know, we're going to have a fair bit of tyre wear too by now. We're more than an hour and a half into the race. Oscar O'Donovan bike has covered 112 laps. 17 minutes to go.
So here comes the Matt and Jake Tooley entry. It's Jake on the bike, I think.
Hasn't been out for very long. Thought they just did a fuel splash
change
before. They did a fuel splash not 10 minutes ago.
No, it doesn't look like it's a rider change, so not sure. Having a look at the rear of the bike, something not quite right. So, actually, I think the question was, is the rear brake on? Because Mark Delaney...
there's some fire. Actually, there's fire coming off the off something down there.
Whoa! Get the fire extinguishers out, boys.
Okay, it looks like the rear brake had caught on fire.
Wow.
Wow, this is a bit of a drama. We haven't seen this in the 2 hour before, a bike with a fire. Marshals very quickly onto the scene.
Yeah, great work from the marshals. And
wow, that's a mess to clean up.
I can only say once again that this event is so demanding.
That brake must be incredibly hot because it keeps catching back a light after all the white foam's been put on it. Hate to think the temperature of that rear disc caliper at the moment, Chris. It'd be up there.
It's certainly great work from the pit crew, especially Mark there with the long sleeves on as per the requirement.
Okay, and after all that excitement, nothing much has changed at the front. Oscar O'Donovan still from Brett Simmons. Oscar O'Donovan 114 laps down, Brett Simmons 113 laps. Brad Hughes is still in third place on the CBR 1000, 112 laps down. At 14 and nearly just under 15 minutes to go. Jonathan Hughes is still the lead 600. Scott Honeychurch the second 600.
What's interesting here, Rod, Oscar O'Donovan just crossing the line. Brett Simmons right behind him. So only a second or so between them, and that'll be unlapping.
Brett will be unlapping himself to pass Oscar.
But of course, the Simmons machine has pitted twice. Oscar O'Donovan only once.
Well, we know Brett Simmons doesn't have to stop again. But Oscar O'Donovan, we don't know. If the ZX10 can get through the end, he's in a great position. But if he's got to do a fuel stop, it could go either way here. Going to come down to the wire, as often as we see in the race. Oscar's going quite slowly here, so I don't know whether he's actually pitting now. He's actually running out of fuel because he's rolled right out of it.
You can only expect he is, unless he's got some other problem, tyre or even body. He's still rolling around.
He was very slow onto the main straight that time.
As we keep saying, though, this final stage of the race is absolutely where it all happens. You can't assume anything until the checkered flag.
No, what's interesting too is the gap that Brett Simmons has put on Oscar. There's still plenty of laps to go. It's at least another 14 laps, I reckon, still in it. 13, 14 laps, so if Brett can keep this pace up, and I'm not sure what Oscar's doing, whether he's gone into fuel mode, conserving that fuel. Pardon me, just trying to roll it to the line. The last thing he wants to do now is have to stop.
Brad Hughes right up the inside of Oscar O'Donovan quite easily, whereas the role reversal from before, Oscar was so strong down there. So hard to say exactly what strategy they're working to. Maybe it is fuel consumption now.
maybe there's a fuel conservation mode. Has to be. Oscar's rolled right out of it. Let's just check Oscar's times. He's still leading the race, but still very competitive. 57.7 on the last lap.
Yeah, what's Brett though?
Brett was a 55.4. That's always, that's enough to still win the race, Chris. If they're on that, if that strategy with fuel's going to get them to the line. There's a fair bit of work for Brett to unlap himself and get all the way back around to challenge for the win. So there's 12 minutes to go. So it's looking like a potential victory for Oscar O'Donovan.
A long way to go yet, Rod.
Long way to go. Anything can happen in motorcycle racing or any form of racing. So keep on the lap times. 55.59 for Brett Simmons, a 55.73 for Brad Hughes, a 57.26 for Oscar. The gap to the lead for Brett Simmons is 50 seconds. 11 minutes to go, so nearly 11 and a half minutes to go. So it's going to be a tall ask.
Yes, and of course the ZX10 still has to make the checkered flag on whatever fuel it has left.
Yeah, he's definitely gone into conservation mode. Look at this. He's rolled right out of it. No doubt short shifting it and keeping the revs low. Going very, very easy on it.
Once again, Rod, I've got to say the event has not let us down.
No, 58.09 for Oscar that lap, 55.9 for Brett Simmons. Could be a great master strategy here from Oscar. It's very hard to know exactly how much fuel you've got. No doubt lights and warning things start flashing on the dash. If you've done your strategy well and worked out your consumption very well, you should have a reasonably good idea how far you're going to go on the tank of fuel. One thing's for certain, Brett Simmons has got his head down. Still coming down the back straight there with the front wheel high in the air, putting down the power.
Instruction from Oscar's team to slow it down, so obviously they're trying to eke out everything they can.
Yes. So Jeremy Huddleston's now caught up to the back of Oscar, even though he's not featuring in the results.
Good to see Matty Long back out there.
Yeah, Matt's had a bit of a breather. Wants to go out and get the race finished. John O'Hughes still the leading 600. He's back into the 58s, 58.7 on that one, but to be well expected this late into the race. Brett Simmons on the way around to past the start finish again. 55.5 for Brett. What'll be interesting to see is where Oscar is as he comes through, what that gap's down to. Might be able to get a rough idea if we can work that out. It's saying it's 44 seconds. It's a fairly big mile to chew up, Chris, 44 seconds.
It certainly is. Of course, both bikes still need to make it through.
Well, that's it. We don't know exactly if Oscar's going to make it to the finish line. Considering we did see the fuel stop initially at around that mid or 55-minute mark. So they're going to have to be extremely gentle on that throttle to get it through an hour and 5 minutes or so on the fuel.
And it's not like we haven't seen bikes run out of fuel on the very last lap.
No, we've seen that before.
But Simmons just crossing the line.
Brett Simmons a 55.3, so he's still picking up the pace. Brad Hughes a 56.7.
Oscar O'Donovan just rolling down the back straight.
Yeah, like if he's starting to have fuel issues, he's going to be a sitting duck if Brett catches him.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that's getting a bit close as well. Scott Honeychurch going around the outside.
Well, Oscar O'Donovan there, Chris, at 103.8.
Yeah, this is really going to come down to the wire, Rod.
We've still got 7.5 minutes to go. The lead is down to close to 30 seconds, so this will spell if they have to stop that ZX10 for a splash of fuel, that's disaster for them. Unfortunately, that strategy won't work. So that's, the team appear confident the bike can go through. There's no one in pit lane ready with the fuel churn. Brett Simmons again, he's got his head down. 55 flat there on that last lap, Chris, so great lap times.
Yeah, certainly pushing.
He's pushing very hard, like he knows 122 laps in, a flat 55 on that tyre.
Look at Oscar O'Donovan. Looks like he's on a Ninja 400, not a ZX10.
Oh, that's very close between David Bartell's bike. Not sure if that's David on the bike, Chris.
So clearly Oscar's playing a strategy of trying to make it to the line, not run out of fuel. So really now it's going to come down to can Brett catch him and can the ZX10 make it?
Based on this, that was a 105 for Oscar. That's 10 seconds a lap. So Brett's only, he's less than half a minute behind. There's at least still 6 laps to go. So based on those lap times, Oscar's going to either pick up the pace or a splash and dash.
I can't help repeating myself, Rod. What a fantastic race this 2 hour is.
Absolutely. It's down to 19.9 seconds. Oscar O'Donovan and Brett Simmons on the same lap, both on lap 123. I think it's I don't think it's looking too good for Oscar now, Chris. I think he was looking pretty safe there.
Scott Honeychurch looking to enter the pits. He did have his arm out, I thought, just about to cross the start-finish line.
Why would he want to come in for?
I don't know. I thought I saw his arm out. It's not sounding very flash either, the 600.
Maybe he's emptied the tank of fuel.
Oh, Matty Long looking to go around the outside of Oscar O'Donovan. Oscar needs to stay out of trouble as well here.
Let's just check Oscar's last lap time. And Brett Simmons has got him well in sight.
Yes, there's only a few corners between them. So this is really coming down to the wire. And as I keep saying,
it's under 10 seconds, Chris.
The final stages of this race just continue to surprise you.
Oscar O'Donovan, a 65-second lap time. Brett Simmons, a flat 55. It's 10 seconds a lap. Unfortunately, still 5 minutes to go. It's going to be a very tough one to try and hold out. In fact, almost impossible. Oscar O'Donovan here on looking like as you said, a Ninja 400 coming down the back straight there, going very, very easy on the throttle. Brett Simmons, wheel still in the air.
Almost this lap, you'd say he'd be on the back wheel of Oscar. Was Oscar starting to pick up his pace? No. It must be so hard for him to be just rolling around the way he is.
Yeah, you have to wonder whether they pitted too early at that 54, 55-minute mark, whether that was all the bike would do, but they've managed now to go more than an hour on that tank.
Well, as I've said before, I've never seen a ZX10 do one stop and maintain competitive pace, so that's the way it's playing out.
Brett Simmons now, he's only got to get past Jonathan Hughes there. He's going up the hill. He's now got Oscar O'Donovan in his sights. He knows full well that they're on the same lap. He would have had that communication from his lap board.
Oscar O'Donovan just coming over the hump.
Oscar's trying to pick the pace up again.
And Brett Simmons is the next bike. With how much? 3 minutes remaining.
Looks like Oscar's picked up the pace again.
Well, he's got no choice, has he?
He doesn't have any choice. Oscar O'Donovan on that last lap. He has picked up back into the 58.19. Brett Simmons.
And traffic ahead for Oscar.
55.7. So this is going to go right down to the wire.
Oh, bike running out of fuel on the inside. I think that's Nathan Toll or David Bartell's 3 minutes to run. Once again, you just never know with this race.
Mind you, it's +1 lap too, everybody. So just so you know, when we get to the 2 hour mark, it's +1 lap for the leader. Oscar O'Donovan's got his head down again. He's gone back into attack mode, hoping that this will get quite spicy, Chris.
Yeah, look, with Brett Simmons right on your back wheel in sprint mode, it's going to be hard. Remember, Oscar's done this solo
Oh, and he's balked here through, Matty Long's balking through the corner. Brett Simmons got a good run round. Here it is, folks. We've got 1 and 2 after an hour and 57, locked together by a tenth of a second.
Let's just hope both guys get through cleanly on Matt. All experienced riders. Yellow flag waving for the park bike on the hill. So I want to be mindful of that in any overtakes. Brett, be careful.
We get more than likely a penalty there.
And that could be an issue as well. So you do have to be careful of yellow flags.
Oscar O'Donovan now tucked in right behind Brett Simmons. We're going to have probably a couple of laps to get, 2 or 3 laps to go.
Well, I'd be guessing if he does get a penalty for that, it'll be 10 seconds. So he's got to put a bit of a gap on Oscar. Now, I'm not race official. I'm just a commentator and guessing here. But it looked like Oscar O'Donovan just tucked the front a little bit there and won.
Well, he's rolled out of it, Oscar, for a few laps, but he's obviously confident now he can get through to the finish line. He's back into full attack mode. Brett Simmons there catching, I think that was Scott Honeychurch.
I think it is Scott, yep. Both bikes will get past Scott down the back straight. Sure enough.
Well, this is shaping up to be an amazing finish.
Oscar's certainly going to have a go at trying to reverse that position.
He wants to take glory, Chris. So he must feel like he's got enough fuel left in the tank.
Going to go around the outside of Brett Simmons. That's a tough ask.
It's going to be probably 1 lap to go here after this one. We're just about to clock down to we've got just over 20 seconds left for the 2 hours, and it's plus 1 lap. Oscar O'Donovan pushing very hard there.
Sure as an nail biter, Rod, right down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last lap board being readied, so this is it.
Being readied. Let's hope the ZX10 makes it around, because we don't want to see him run out on the last. Oh, he's motioning to the pit crew there. Pardon? Both did. Oh, okay, right.
So just some news from race control that both lead bikes passed under a yellow flag, so I'm assuming that means a 10 seconds penalty for both. So it doesn't reverse the order.
Wow.
Talk about drama.
Very unbelievable. So this is the last lap, folks. So that looks like that the Simmers entry will probably end up with the victory. And Oscar O'Donovan trying to nurse that ZX10 to the line. Done an amazing job on that fuel to get a 1000cc bike around for that long.
And don't forget riding solo.
Riding solo as well. A Herculean effort, if I can pronounce it.
And there it is. There's the win for Brett Simmons, Kyle Buckley. But what an effort from Oscar O'Donovan. Absolutely fantastic. Looking for third place. Brad Hughes to come through. John O'Hughes will pick up the win in the 600 class. Here's third place. Brad Hughes. Wow.
Another solo rider. So 2 solo riders on the podium.
Certainly a heartbreak for Jeremy Huddleston, but great to see him being able to complete the event.
Oh, hang on. We're saying, look at this.
Well, that's what we were just told.
Yeah, but they're saying there's a 20 on that one and a 10 there. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, well, the timing's showing a 20-second penalty for Brett Simmons, 10 for Oscar, so I'm not sure how that works. We just informed that both riders were handed a penalty for overtaking under a yellow, so unfortunately the drama continues here for the Motorworks Bridgestone 2-hour. You never know when this race is over.
It's going to be an interesting one. We don't really know how to call it at this stage. We do know that Jonathan Hughes will be the first 600 rider for sure. Also running solo, great effort for Jono. And second in 600 will be Scott Honeychurch, Chloe Honeychurch pairing. Father and daughter pairing, Scott's Motorcycles. Can't quite work out who's going to be third in the 600. Whether it's David Bartels or the Matthew Long entry. So I thought the David Bartels entry didn't finish.
We'll certainly hope everyone who's come out this weekend has enjoyed the racing as much as we have. As we keep saying, this event continues to deliver some of the most fantastic sprint racing and endurance racing. It's always full of controversy and drama. So really hope you've enjoyed it. Big shout out again to Motorworks Motorcycles and Bridgestone Tyres for their fantastic support of the event. We'll be back here again next year, hopefully bigger and better, without clashes with international dates. And it's the 10-year anniversary, so we're really looking forward to making this event next year a big one. So I hope to see everyone back. Rod, thanks for your time. I think it's time we hung up the headphones for the weekend.
Absolutely.
Went and joined the celebrations down in the pits. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you back here at Basketball Raceway soon.
Attention in the pits. Can Rebecca Ramsey come to the base of the tower, please? And that is also your cue that we are soon to start presentations.